up? What is up, guys? So, give me a little second here. So, we got a little plan for this morning. Got a couple things we're gonna do today. One, be handling some stuff. Um, be handling some stuff. Hang on a second. I like that one. Where's my things at? So we got a few things we got to do. So we'll be continuing bringing story today. I mean, we can work at whatever pace we like feel like. But we'll be doing that. I have to do a workshop today. Um, for some home owning program thing. That's fun. But also, I'm going on a walk with my papa. My papa was recently got some pretty rough news to do with his health, but he's doing everything he can to get it back and get it back to normal, And a part of that is doing walks every day. So I'm gonna go on a little long walk with him around noon. So that's fun, you know. So that's my plan. Um, Other than that, we're hanging out. I was a little fucked up last night. I'm not gonna lie. That last drink got a brother going. That last cup, when we ended up, I mean, I recently reread the story and I was like, dude, there's so many errors in it. It's so crazy. It's hard. It is hard to write a cohesive story when you're drunk. I'm not gonna lie. I do appreciate the the old, like, like, I feel like it's like not a stereotype, but like a trope of like the writers getting drunk while they write. How the fuck, dude? Because as soon as I got too drunk, I'm just like, maybe if I was like writing with my hand, I bet you I could do better. But I don't know, dude. Formulating sentences becomes a bit of an issue after about like 4 glasses of vodka. But we have a day off, kind of. We got some stuff lined up to do. But all in all, it's a fun time. And good news also was that good news also we have bacon today. It's a bacon day. We like bacon days. You know? Any day it starts off with the bacon day is always the best. Always the best. So, how you guys doing on this lovely day? Imagine that we should just reread the story in its entirety. Um, Make this fucking little, huh? Or jeez. We'll get into it in a second. Let's stretch it out a little bit. Oh, I still kind of terrible though. I'm not gonna lie, man. I feel like I must have woken up, I don't know, 10 different times. Roughly 10 minutes, 10 different times. Roughly. Who's that? Good morning, Dookie. Good morning there, Dookie. How you doing today? I tried to write the word. This is funny. So today I tried to write the word in the title, like we are reaching the climax, right? And Twitch would not let me use the title because the word climax. The word climax, to describe the heightened point of a plot, also known as coming. And apparently, you can't even get close to the word coming. You're not allowed. You're not allowed to come to the word coming. You're not allowed to do it. You're not allowed to get even close to the word coming. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Did you say the word climax? You better not have said the word climax. That's fun. But yeah. So what I'm gonna be doing on this side, on this end, I'm gonna start pulling up some things here. Hey, let's get rid of YouTube there. Okay, we'll read it here in a moment. I gotta look up this other stuff. Get this, because we're gonna be doing I'm gonna be doing like a workshop today. It's like fucking 4 hours long or some shit. So it's like, guess what, chat? We're buying a house today. Chat, we're buying a house today. So hang on a sec. Let's look it up. I had it on my phone. Oh my gosh, politicians sending you Facebook messages should be illegal. I tell you that. That should be illegal, dude. There's no reason I should be getting a message from a politician. I hate that. I hate that they send us stuff like that. Alright, so www. Done. Okay. Boom, boom. This medieval, copyright-free medieval mix kind of goes hard, guys. It kind of goes hard. Ooh, we get to pick up our guitar from our dads today. That's pretty sick, dude. We play a little guitar, dude. I wonder how the guitar is gonna sound with the new mic. I think it's gonna go well. We might have to adjust some settings on it to be able to handle it though, but I mean, fuck, dude, it's a $300 mic, guys. I can't go much higher than that until we start making money, dog. We can't get much. We right now we've had we bought that the camera that we're using is a Razer Pro. Um and that one, I mean, I just looked it up. It's still value. I mean, we bought this 2 years ago. Its value still at 200. When we bought it, we got it on sale for like 250 or some shit. And it's still at 200 on Amazon right now. Which the next upgrade is like 400, which not, I mean, whatever, dude. I think I think the only thing that cameras have now that our camera does not have is auto framing. And auto framing would be sweet. Like our laptop has an auto frame feature, but our laptop's webcam, this is one thing I wish that I would have spent a little more money on this laptop to get a 1080p webcam because we have a 720p webcam, and it's just a noticeable difference between the two cameras, the quality, that I just don't. I just can't use it. Even though that auto frame is cool, I like that. I just can't, you know, spend that kind of money, dude. I just can't spend that kind of money on stuff like that. All right. Verification code. Sorry, I'm gonna be doing a couple things off screen, which I know it could be a little bit annoying, but what have you? I have to do it. And I would want to show everything that we're doing here. I I want to show. Where the fuck, dude? We send it. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Good morning. What's up, Zoran? How you doing, my dude? We've been writing stories. We've been writing stories. So we've been writing stories, and also today we're doing a couple different things. Um, One, first and foremost, we'll be trying to wrap up this last piece of backstory that we have here. We're about to do a full read of this, to see where we're at. It's what I'm tired but awake. Hell yeah, brother. Feel that. So we're probably gonna do an entire reading of this real quick. It's about 1,200 words so far. We ended it off when we're meeting our two sub characters. Let's pull up the cheat sheet. All right, so here's the cheat sheet. Cheat sheet. So we have our characters: Maria Berry, who's going to be our one of our young friends, and Rufus Jordan. Um, uh, uh, um, um, I forget Thomas Rydell, Tomas Rydell, which is very funny and very close to what do you call it? One thing I need to do here is that we had this so much bigger yesterday, like longer. That's what we need. There you go. That's what we needed. And then you I don't know if you guys can even read that because it's so little. Let's go ahead and make this a little bigger just so it's a little more eligible or whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like it. So this is our a little cheat sheet that we have. We're gonna be writing out our characters, all that stuff. A lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. Now, okay, so where is this fucking thing, dude? I'm not getting the email. It's driving me crazy. Are you writing a story for yourself as a book, or is this for a character's backstory? It's for a character's backstory. Actually, and we're using as kind of like a template. We're using Varain, right? So I started with this. I'm in a D&D group again, which is fun. Or it's like a Daggerheart game. Um, in the Age of Umbra, and we're doing Varain, a Seraph, which is like the equivalent to like a paladin, right? Um, and we're kind of we're using Varain as our template because I love the name, and but we're changing everything, right? Same idea though. He's orphaned when he's young, gets picked up by the Vigil. Right now we're going to Desperlock. This is one of our first things. We're going actually to Desperlock. So this is after the orphaning happened, after his parents are brutally murdered in front of him. Now he's going to Desperlock, which we wrote an entire journal entry dealing with that. And then now we're going to Desperlock, and you know, essentially, we're using these like journal entries to kind of Let's see if we can open up another one. Let's see if we can open up the original Bahrain. Um, Yeah, so first one we did you know, where we're trying to like get him where it's like everything's in past tense in a way where he's like going through his journals and trying to find reasons why he's like thinking about being you know, about his childhood again. And we're trying to like basically like, sprinkle it in to give like a cohesive story. But the first journal entry he wrote, I think I posted it. I might have posted it in the Discord. I don't know. Check it out. But it's like 8,000 words, dude. We wrote it for like 4 hours, and it is kind of fun to get drunk and write this stuff. That's what we last night, dude. I was getting so litty just writing this. Um, we looked up a bunch of stats. That's why we made this cheat sheet over here. Where's the cheat sheet? So we made this cheat sheet to kind of make this easier. So for this particular journal entry, um, this is Desperlock. So this is where we were trained, where we were picked up and taken after the orphaning. Is Desperlock. It takes place. It's in the Idle Hollow Mountains. It overlooks the jungle of Avidoria. It's northwest of Amber Reach. This is where we are from, where we have been taken from. It's hard to get there, mountain passes, and it's built on partially collapsed ruins of Luzail Monastery. So we know that. City locations within Desperlock. There's a slag wall, it's the outside perimeter, and it's like melted shields together, which I really love. A giant sacred pyre. So the in this world, the Umbra, specifically in this location, the Umbra, the shadows, are always trying to come at. Their gods are dead. The veiled gods are gone, dude. They're dead. And the only thing that keeps these shadows and the shit at bay is the sacred pyres. And that's where the role of the vigil comes in, is that they are almost like the guardians of these fucked up people. Like, because inside these cities, it's a smaller city, and think of it as like really hardy people that are rough around the edges, that are survivors, that it's constant danger. You know what I mean? These are ragged people. These are people of all different types that all have to work together because they all have faced the same thing, the same immediate danger, and that's the Umbra, right? It's in the ruins. The Triarch Chambers is like the government, so the people who run this bitch. The Central Forum is like the general meeting places, and also you know, it's like where they train, where they have some meetings. You know, maybe people are selling each other shit, whatever. Akros. So this is where we're actually in. We're using Akros as a device that is like it's like similar to Desperlock as a reason that it got him thinking about his childhood. So we're trying to use this as a device to like organically talk about when we grew up, right? Um, this is several days north of Grief Cliff Mountains, which is Idle Hollow Mountains. I don't know why we're calling them different, so let's just put Idle Hollow, just so we can really really get in there. Idle Hollow Mountains, the jungles of Avidoria. Swamp Horror. So this is a swampy place. Really bad. Largest sacred pyre in the region. So even bigger than Desperlocks. This motherfucking thing is it makes Desperlocks look puny. The population, the enduring, that's what they're called. And that like I said, they're roughly 300 less. Suspicion to magic. So they don't like magic. These people are very wary. They don't like that shit. Both cities protected by the Vigil, who keep the sacred pyres lit. Right? So the Vigil. So this gives us. This builds the rails, right, for Varain to connect to these cities, right? Is that the Vigil? He's part of the Vigil. It's their duty. Yada yada. Right? Um. So far, character-wise, we have Raven Storm. We know he's Raven the Blackthorn, Vigil Guard Fawn, that found Varain on the road. Possible mentor. We don't know. Varain does not know his name currently, right? He's been introduced, and he's been introduced by telling us about his grandpa, Jorgenstorm, who is dead. Dead. He did. He did though. He did though. He did though. So, and then Tomas Rydell, who is like just think of him as like HR. He's like HR, right? He's handling the intakes, he handles the orphans, all that kind of shit. Rufus Jordan, um, um, lighthearted, lighthearted, mischievous. It's a solo backstory. None of the other players have made any writings, nor so far, right? So or commented like I started a thread for this. I just kind of want to give this shit to the DM to kind of like one, it's fun for me to do like creative writing. And I'm trying to build other because all right, so the way Daggerheart works is that you ask each other certain questions. Like you have these certain questions pertaining to your class that you ask somebody, and that's how you build your connections within the group, right? So like these connection questions. Like, what is the thing that you said to me on the battlefield that day? And then the player responds. So we have 4 of those. And eventually we'll get into it, but I don't want to write those without talking to the other players, and maybe that's something we have to like do together, right? Because I don't want to be putting words in the characters' mouths that aren't mine. So this is just the preamble to Varain, because he's like 40 years old in the story, and when we're finally a Delver and we're no longer a Pyre Keeper, we're just a Delver that we're delving into. I want this to, it's like he's pretty late in life. He's 40 years old. He has been through a lot, but it's like I want to fill in these blanks, dude. Because I think it's so interesting. This the world, mischievous, um, lighthearted, mischievous. Maria Berry. Maria Berry. Leader. Seems like a leader. Right? Leader. And in the place of this story, Varain's like 8 years old. 8 or 9 right now. These are his friends that are also the orphans. A few years older than both Rufus and Ryan. I would love, like, I really would love a group that would come together and creatively write together. Oh, you know how fun that would be. Um, and as far as characters, I think that's pretty much it, right? As characters, I love that we named the one guy Tomas Rydell because it reminds me of Voldemort, right? Tom Riddle, Tomas Rydell. It's like we could definitely make this. This could be if we turn this dude turncoat in the story. You know what I mean? He has been a bit of a dick so far. Um, he has been a bit of a dick. So it would be funny to turn him into like a villain because he already has like a villain name. Um, so yeah, there's that. Now, where's Brain One? Um, okay. Ooh. Frame one is so long, dude. It is really so long. Um, so let's put this on screen. Let's copy this. Copy. Space. Okay. All right. So this is the first one. I think we need to make it a little bigger. Whoa. Think we need to make it a little bigger, guys. Jeez. So crazy, right? Um, okay. So to get rid of confusion here, let's get rid of the cheat sheet. So this is the first journal entry. This is what I call the orphaning. Right? Which is a funny name for something so tragic, but it is the orphaning. So this is the moment. This is the what, the big moment where he gets the fucking absolutely murked. Um, Journal entry 167. I had a strange dream during last night's slumber. Not as strange in a peculiar or supernatural way, but strange in the way the mind stirs up memories long forgotten, buried deep in the crevices of one's conscience. I will try to write this quickly because, as vivid and jarring as it was, it already begins to fade back to whence it came. I love a good clunk clunk. My eyes pop open as a loud noise breaks the nap that I unintentionally took. Car rides always make me sleepy. I wipe the sleep from my eyes and take account of my surroundings. Immediately, my senses are overloaded by the smell of wood burning. I always loved that smell. In the front of the carriage, two figures sit upon the bench, one holding the reins and the other talking in hushed tones in his ears. We need to worry. We need to hurry. It's almost dark, Horace. A soft feminine voice pleads. Can't push the mare much harder. She needs rest, woman, not a kick in the ass. he grumbled with a smirk, creeping on the corner of his lips. We gotta speed this up just a little bit. Just a little bit. Huh? A playful slap finds its home on Horace's shoulder. He grins and gives a brief apology. I'm serious, Horace. We need to be past the gateway before sundown. You know what happened to the Vanderbilts, she said while glancing to the back of the cart, a worried look on her face. I closed my eyes and pretended to sleep. I could feel her inquisitive eyes searching for a sign of consciousness before resuming the conversation. The visual assured us, honey. She cut him off. No, Horace, this is different. They say the vigil is losing its grip on Amber Gate. If the fires are put out, she let her voice trail off as she noticed the young boy staring at her, eyes wide, intently listening to every word. I closed my eyes the second time. Terrain, she called out. I remained perfectly frozen, still attempting to keep up the illusion. I know you're awake, boy. I saw your eyes. A hint of aggravation in her soft voice. Knowing not to push it, what's up, Pando? I sit up and smirk ashamedly. What did I tell you about eavesdropping on grown-up business? She asked authoritatively. I quickly reply, I'm sorry, Mama. My eyes affixed sheepishly on the cart's dirty floor. I woke up from the bumps and just heard you talking. Are we almost home? It's hotel, man. It is hotel, man. I blurted out in hopes of changing the conversation. Yes, dear. Only a few hours left. See, there's the archway. Her hand pointed off to the left of the road, and there it was in all its broken glory. The Amber Gate, the most southern gate of Amber Reach, and apparently the source of great worry to my mother. It wasn't long before we were closing in on the gate, its imposing arches half standing, half lying around its base. I wonder what it looked like before it fell. I look over the side of the carriage at a large chunk of the once towering arches. Its weathered stone, I see all manner of carvings, most too damaged or lacking context to understand. There was one carving that drew my attention, though. It looked like a family embracing one another with flames coming from underneath their feet, almost like it's about to burn them alive. Yet their faces seem warm and comforted. Mama, why does it show that family burning? I asked, without taking my eyes off the carving. A small laugh left her mouth before she could stop it. Oh no, dear. The fire is the warm embrace of Tyrus. He's protecting them from that. Her finger points to the top of the carving where 3 shadowed figures gathered around the family. Tyrus' flames bring hope to the enduring, Varian. He was the protector of Hearth and family. Her eyes sadden as she looks away, putting them back towards the road. Now he's just a broken drawing stuck in the mud, she said curtly. Did I anger Mother? The only sound from then to the vigil checkpoint came from the mare's hooves, followed by the carriage's wooden wheels clumsily bouncing along the broken pathway. The cart began to slow as we approached a man holding a large spear in one hand, with his other outstretched, halting us. He was a large man adorning a dirty leather smock and a chainmail coif upon his head. He walked to Horace's side of the cart and said, Ahoy there, state your business. A monotone question that he seemed tired of asking. Just heading home. Need supplies, Horace said, whilst gesturing to the back where I sat next to 3 large burlap sacks. Even got some apples. A smile crossed Horace's face as the guard's expression switched from cordial to curiosity to downright envy. Apples, the guard said, followed by an audible gulp. Haven't seen one of those in ages. Boy, Horace grunted, be a lad and fetch the good guard an apple, eh? The guard's eyes lit up. I did as I was told without a moment's delay. Inside the sack was all manner of supplies, and it took me longer than expected to fetch the fruit. The guard's impatience was burrowing into me. At least, that's how it felt. Aha! I found it. A beautiful, ripe, ruby-colored apple with ne'er a single bruise on its skin. Proud of my findings, I presented to the guard with a wide smile. He took it. Quickly, and without a moment's notice, bit into it, making a loud, crunchy sound. Oh, by the gods, I haven't tasted anything so sweet since I was a lad myself, the guard said in between each bite. His face was plastered with joy. All four of us were smiling when the arrow pierced the guard's neck as he brought the apple to his mouth for another bite. Blood. So much blood. They were on us. You could hear the sounds of sinister laughing, interwoven with screams of agony. They howled like beasts as they overwhelmed the checkpoint. Horace snapped at the reins, trying to get that old mare to escape. The cart bustled around so ferociously. I would have flown off the side had it not been for my mother's hands grabbing my collar. Lay down, Verlaine. I was scared. Tears filled my eyes. It's all right, son. We're going to be... Before she could finish her sentence, the old mare toppled into a large hole that appeared to be freshly dug, and the cart followed. For a moment, everything went blank. A dark calmness overtook my mind. Am I dreaming? I thought to myself. The calmness was invaded by a loud ringing in a woman's voice that sounded 1,000 miles away, but it grew louder and closer, quickly. Rain, get up, baby! You gotta get up! Her voice blurry in my mind, but it took root. I opened my eyes. Blood covered my hands as I tried to wipe away the red liquid from my eyes. With each attempt, more blood replaces what I removed. I tried to get up, but my legs were pinned underneath the now broken carriage. I cried for my mom. My mother. I heard her crawling through the debris, ripping it away to free me. Come on now, baby. We have to go. Come on, baby. Her voice was soaked in fear and panic. The walls of the hole felt as tall as the archways in that moment, but as my mother pushed me up the side, I realized it was only about 8 feet. She tried to get herself up, but was unable. I reached out my hand, and tried so hard to pull her out, but I was too weak. The howling was growing closer. My mother's face shifted from fear to understanding to resolution. Verlaine, you must run. Go, son. They're coming. Get to the city. Find the vigil, she said sternly with tears in her eyes. I don't want to leave her, Mom. I sobbed as I spoke. You must. Holding her hand in mine. I love you, Verlaine. Tears streamed down her face. Now go. Reluctantly, I did as I was told and ran into the woods off the sides of the path. It was only moments after when the howling beasts descended on the hole they built, curious to find what fish they had caught. Looky here, Basil. Got ourselves a fine lady. I bet that's how they sound. The fiend says to the man next to him. Looks like a hubby's in a little worse for wear. He cackles that terrible laugh as he gestures towards Horace's lifeless body. Get her up here. I watched mortified as they pulled her out of the hole, grabbing at her, cackling and howling. She attempted to run, but they grabbed her quickly. She threw her head back in resistance, breaking the one called Basil's nose. Stupid bitch. You're gonna pay for that. Time stood still as he grabbed her by the hair, wrenching her back her head, exposing the neck, and slid a long, sharp, bloody blade across her throat. As I sat there, cowardly hiding in the thicket, I heard that terrible laugh and beastly howling grow farther away, eventually leaving the only silence until the sound of hooves came beating down the road. It was a patrol of vigil, maybe 10 or so, all on horseback. I wandered lifelessly towards the middle of the road and fell to my knees. A man endured in sturdy plate armor pulls back the reins of his steed just in time before crushing me. By the gods, he exclaimed. What happened here? Covered in blood, dirt, and debris, I fell over face first in the road. I remember hearing the soldiers murmuring amongst themselves, but never did make out what they were saying as I drifted back to sleep. That's the first one. Okay. No. Okay, now here is the second one. as our first journal entry, so that's the orphaning. You gave the guard a poison apple? That's very funny. That would be so funny. It's like, oh, there's like one poison apple in the bunch. He takes a bite, he just fucking like starts foaming from the mouth and just falls over and dies. That'd be so fucked. And then Murray's like, yes. That's fun. That's fun to think about. Okay, so this is sorry. Journal entry 222. I don't want this stuff to be like journal entries. Like I said, I'm trying to find organic ways to get him to talk to like feed in like where Vereen came from. So it's like we're not using chronological order of these journals. Just they're serving this purpose. So journal entry 222. I've been stationed here in Akros for 3 years now, warding off unspeakable evils that crawl out of that cursed Blackwater swamp, and for the first time in all those years, the fire died. It was brief, but the shadows needed much time to assemble with the absence of light. Those who haven't witnessed a pyre flicker are surely surprised how long 5 minutes can feel in the crushing darkness. For me, the first time felt like an eternity. I was just a boy not long after the vigil plucked me off the road and brought me to Desperlock. It was a long ways away from Amber Reach. Most of the ride I bounced in and out of consciousness, that is, until we hit the mountains. Up to that point, I thought I knew what cold was. I was sorely mistaken. It felt like the thinnest of blades attacking any exposed skin. I'd have certainly lost a few digits had it not been for the kind guard sparing a pair of fur-lined leather gloves. He had handed them to me at the base of the mountain, and I presumed they were simply a spare set. It wasn't until we were in the thick of it did I notice his bare hands gripping the horse's reins. I remember wanting to be anywhere else in the world other than that damn mountain. Again, I would find out very soon I knew very little at all. Sup, Sammy? As we descended the opposite side of the mountain, the jungle sprawled below, a mix of dark and vibrant green serving as a stark contrast to the mountain's array of white snow and gray stone. It made me feel warmer seeing it down there. As we got closer to the city, checkpoints became frequent. No questions really asked as we passed through, more like casual greetings and friendly formalities. You could smell the smoke long before you could see the city, and when it did finally come into view, it wasn't the towering flames, as impressive as they were, that drew my attention. It was the wrapping perimeter of melded metal that surrounded the city that took me aback. Upon closer inspection, I saw family crests of all types painted along the wall, which I found strange. It wasn't until we were directly upon the wall that I realized they were shields. Molded together, connected by globs of hardened steel. Thousands of them, most likely belonging to dead men who died protecting those they loved, and now, even in death, carry on that tradition. I want to get rid of that line. We're going to move that. I'm going to get rid of that. One of the vigil soldiers that accompanied me during the trek from Amber Reach caught me eyeing the wall. With a smile, he looked at me and said, "See that one there?" His finger pointed to a half-broken shield with a golden griffin wielding a silver longsword with a white hue, cloaked in black with hints of red, the blade itself enshrouded in a thorny veil. "That belonged to my grandfather, Jorgen Storm," he continued. "See, he and Desperlock, we all share the same duty, to ward off the Umbra, but some go beyond that duty. Those that do have the honor to hang the shield upon the wall to bring in glory to the family, but more importantly, let them continue to fight against the shadows, even in death." He finished and patted me on the shoulder, moving away to talk to a few other soldiers. We gotta work on that. I stared a long while at the wall. Will I hang a shield there one day? I thought to myself. I heard a high but stern voice calling out to me, breaking my daydream. When I turned to find the face attached to the voice, I saw a tall, sinewy man adorned in fine white cloth robes, holding some sort of papyrus and quill. "Boy, your name," he said impatiently. "Vereen," I said in a hushed, awkward way. "Vereen Menarith." He scribbled it down quickly, and without removing his eyes from the paper, he said, "You'll be staying with the rest of the new recruits over there, just past the central forum to the left. Supper's in a few hours. So go on and get acquainted." He spoke quickly, and I stood there kind of blank faced and slightly confused, or even overwhelmed, maybe. His eyes left the paper and burned holes into me as he repeated in a mocking tone, "Go over there." His quill pointed in the direction. Getting the message, I quickly scrambled away. As I shuffled past the soldiers congregated in front of the central forum, I noticed some of the structures in the town. The center is where the pyre stood, a raging inferno that brought white spots to my vision even in a quick glance. The central forum itself was a mix between half-broken stone that still held a remarkable craftsmanship even despite its clear damage and age. Various wood structures fastened to the stone in a calculated but chaotic way. Rough in its design, it still held a certain charm. Felt like the embodiment of survival and grit. It took me about 5 minutes to walk across the central forum, into a little outshoot off to the left. A stone archway separated the forum and the barracks. When I was at the threshold, an image of my mother's face protruded my mind. I shook my... Good night, dude. I shook my head rapidly in an attempt to calm the rising emotions. It worked for the moment. As I entered the barracks, I heard a loud commotion with various voices in dispute. Sounds of furniture being bumped around and thuds and cracks filled the hallways. I slowed my pace and cautiously made my way to the sounds, peeking my head around a wooden doorframe to see the source of this disturbance. The room was in shambles. Dressers lay toppled on the floor. A table sat three-legged in the corner, with its missing appendage in the hands of a tall, dark-haired girl, drawing it back to crush the sneering blonde boy heading my direction to escape. His laugh, almost as loud as her angered screams. "Get back here, you little shit!" she roared. He came racing down the hallway, quickly turning the corner and gliding into me as I attempted to get out of their way. We tumbled a few feet and both laid flat on the floor as the dark-haired girl slowly strode up to us, wild-eyed, rhythmically hitting the palm of her hand with the table leg. Her vision directly pointed at the blonde boy, who was no longer laughing. A wicked grin crossed her lips as she said, "What a funny joke." A mocking tone followed by her aiming the wooden club inches from the boy's face. "I'm sorry, really. I didn't think you'd get so mad," the boy pleaded in a bargaining tone. "If you ever touch my things again, I will kill you. You hear me?" "Okay, okay," he mumbled, followed by an immediate flinch as she fainted with the table leg. "Do you hear me?" she repeated. "Yes," he screeched. "Good." She threw the leg on her shoulder, softened her face, and turned her vision in my direction. "Oh, hello. I'm Maria." The sudden shift in energy stunned me for half a second, and there was a slight delay in my reaction as she extended a helping hand to me. That's what we got. That's what we got so far. Lots of fun stuff. Oh, oh. A lot of fun stuff, brother. So, long read, dude. I think we've been reading for what, fucking 30 minutes there? Jeez, dude. Jeez, dude. Did I ever get that fucking email? I did not. It's not sending me my fucking email. Why won't it let me get my email? Okay. Like, bro, I know I signed into this shit. There it is. Okay, there it is. That's what we're doing wrong here. Here it is. Let's resume course. Hmm. We'll take you to qualification workbook. Oh man, oh my goodness, guys. Bu- 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 bu. 10 steps to home ownership, huh? We gotta do this kind of stuff off screen, but I think we got it, guys. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, we gotta watch it. We gotta watch a video. Oh my gosh, there's so many modules, dude. There's one, two. So yeah, we're looking at like, 3, 4 hours of doing that. Well, that's too boring. Let's go back to writing. We'll do that later. We'll do that later. Do that later off screen because there's just too much personal information I gotta talk about that you can't do it on the thing. Alright. Anyway, I know we're only an hour in this, but I gotta use the bathroom so bad. So let's bring up Word again. And we're gonna slow scroll it. Oh, large and in charge again. We're gonna slow scroller one more time. I like having these slow scrolls for the actual screen. So I'm gonna use the bathroom. And then hopefully by the time it's done slow scrolling, I will be done.
Excuse me. I'm help. Who's speaking?
The shower.
No, no clean. I'm no clean.
No, please. That's it.
Excuse me.
Tell them thank you, bro. What the fuck are you doing? That was fucking crazy. Whoa, sorry. What's up, babe? Hang on. Let's make this little again. There we go. What's up, baby? Ugh. Morning, baby. Ooh. You did. You did talk to me. I wonder if there's still. I wonder if there's still breakfast. Hang on a second. Sure. I'll be right back. Let's see if there's still breakfast. There was not. There was not anything, any delicious breakfast left. We missed it by 30 minutes. Yeah, it's funny. I grew up all at once. Snacks right now. Yeah. Going snack crazy. It's, feeling here. Yeah. What's this? I'll begin petting. It'll be fun. It's a problem. Yeah. Grabbing her hand, she pulled me up, and I began petting off the newfound dust. That. Part of the barracks. That's for. Oh boy. Awesome. No hand. Oh, where? Uh-huh. Where the hell did you come from? That's while ridding the dirt off his trousers. Sorry about trampling you about one. Space. We have introduction. We have our luxurious, dirty, feathered mattresses and a beautiful ensemble. Dirty feathered mattress, our beautiful ensemble. And broken furniture. Furniture. Have broken furniture. With the table. Yeah, the newest edition. In mischievous glance. Toss. not bad. Yes. Okay. Where were we? Um, bit of a bedwetter. So, wash, wash the sheets. Included. How does that sound? Uh, oh, hello. I'm Maria. The sudden shift of energy stunned me for half a second, and there was a slight delay in my reaction as she extended a helping hand to me. Grabbing her hand, she pulled me up, and I began patting off the newfound dust that was quiet off the barracks floor. The blond boy also started rising to his feet. No hand was given to help. Well, where the hell did you come from? He asked while ridding the dirt off his trousers. Sorry about trampling you, but when a man's faced with certain death, things can get a little clumsy, he said jokingly while throwing a playful smile in Marie's direction. I'm Rufus. His hand extends out to me. What's your name? Verain, I said while shaking his hand. Verain? That's a funny name. A smirk on his face. Says the boy named Rufus. Maria interjected mockingly. The boy stuck his tongue out and Marie mirrored it. They both began to giggle. Welcome to our humble abode, Rufus said abruptly in a town quarter sort of fashion. Here we have luxurious, dirty feather mattresses and a beautiful ensemble of half-broken furniture with the table being the newest addition. A mischievous glance tossed at Maria as he said it. She Um, a mischievous glance tossed at Marie as he said it. She crosses her arms and tosses her head back defiantly as he continues. That one is my bed, and Marie's is over there. Is over there in the corner. You can have this one. He points to a bed next to an overturned dresser. But I do warn you, the last boy was a bit of bedwetter, so I would wash those sheets if I was you, he concluded. Cool. That's fun. We need to clean this mess before Sir Rydell sees it. He'll have us clean the outhouse for the month. Stupid. Good. Good job. Good job. Goodness. Goodness. Okay. Oh, I forgot to share all this shit. We gotta share it, dudes. You guys let me forget. Oh. Oh. Let me say Rufus Fan and Gang in response. Right. Rufus blurted. Nuke it. Will you help? I I agreed. I agreed. It took us roughly a few hours to to clean up, and organize. Sure. Fixing. Maybe a little back. But probably, but in the end, um, just, just rested it. Place. Let's it in place. We tried fixing the table back properly, but in the end, just rested it in place, knowing, 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 probably even smallest bump. Dislodge it. Influence. Yeah. What time we finish? What time we finished? Well then. Good time. What's this? So, summertime. And okay. So, hmm. Really quite large. The ring is like it's quite large. Have the most. This. The room was quite large, and from what I could tell, had the um, most intact structures. Um, I had the most intact stone structures. Hmm. So, stone pillars. Stone pillars. Various figure. Craft depicting various figures that. Hundreds. Hundreds of people are shuffling in, taking us. Seats. Reset. Reset. Plates. Plates. Goblets. Okay, it's in goblets. Plates. Silver. Goblets. Oh my god, I was distributed. Boys and girls. Boys and girls. Girls. Appeared 10 years my elder. All dress. Two girls. Two. Once I've been seated. Rose is seated. Seated. Dishes. Lay down. Lay down. Everyone is seated. Yes. Okay. Mommy. So. Lunch. Lunch. Table. Overlooked. Look the hall. So. Repeat. It's 7 seats. 7 seats. Look nice. Storm. Look nice on me. Two. Too many people at the table. She's going. That's it. That's it. Bosses. They run things here and make the fire. Make sure the fire stays lit. Bellies get fed. People keep working. Yada yada. Listen. Seated. Seated. He trails off as a man that was seated in the center of the high table stands up, holds up, brings. Hmm. Good. 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 Okay. Look at us, dude. We're fucking flying, dude. Oh, we're flying, dude. That's not too shabby, dude. I feel like we're actually kicking this off a little bit. I feel like we're just like writing a full fucking book. You guys like this description? It took us roughly a few hours to clean up and reorganize the room. We tried fixing the table back properly, but in the end, just rested it in place, knowing that probably even the smallest bump would dislodge it. Near the time we finished, a bell rang 3 times. Rufus said it was supper time, and I followed them to the dinner hall. Jeez, dude, what is with this? To the dinner hall. The room was quite large, and from what I could tell, had the most intact stone structures than anywhere else in the encampment. Stone pillars adorned with beautifully crafted depictions of various figures that I didn't know were all throughout the hall. Hundreds of people were shuffling in, taking their seats at the large wooden tables and benches. We sat near the back, out of the way of the adults. Plates, silverware, and goblets were distributed by boys and girls that appeared 10 years my elder, all dressed in similar robes to Sir Rydell. After everyone was seated and the dishes handed out, I finally saw the large table that overlooked the hall standing standing a few feet higher. I finally saw the large table that overlooked the hall, standing a few feet higher than the others. A little comma there. Standing a few feet higher than the others. It had 7 seats with only 5 being filled. I recognized only 2 of the people at the table, Sir Rydell and Sir Storm. They sat on opposite sides, though. Who are they? I whispered to Rufus. Them's the bosses, silly, he snickered. They run things here and make sure the fire stays lit, bellies get fed, people keep working, yada yada. He trails off as a man that was seated in the center of the high table stands up, raising his hands, and then slowly lowering them to signal that the murmuring should come to a halt. It did, and he began to speak. Right, so now we gotta write a prayer. It's prayer time. It's prayer time. fun. Damn, dude. We've already wrote 600 words today. Sick. What time is it? What time is it? Yeah, make sure I go where my dad is. Yeah, meet my dad at a certain time. What was it? It's 11. We got an hour. I'm probably just gonna keep the stream on while I'm gone. I don't want to end the stream until we get the end of the story today. All right. Take a little smoke break. Let's do a slow roll. See what we got so far. We like slow rolls. I like the slow rolls. I think they help. I think they help. All right. Be back by the end for sure. So funny. Okay. I just plopped down. All right, sweet. So there's that. That's what we have so far. Fun stuff. Love it. I have to go on a walk with my dad. So we'll put a little text. I'm just gonna leave this on because we'll be coming back. I'm not stopping this today until we finish. We will get to it. And I know in the story, I know that we're adding like a lot of these just scripting things in here. I'm just trying to build like a resonance with this place. It's like, how do we build a connection pretty quickly? We obviously need something. We talked about it yesterday where we needed something that's gonna connect our side characters here to our thing. We also kind of already sowed the seeds of a difference of things like the Sir Storm, that nice guy who came up and Patted said nice things to us. Also, he's one of the chaos versus old Tomas Rydell, who is sitting opposite sides of him, and it's like, does that indicate like they don't get along or what? You know what I mean? Build? Does it build a wonder here, right? All right, but let me put a little text here. Protect my stuff while I'm gone. You guys know the drill. All right, properties. We gotta make this more legible. Maybe even more. Okay. Move this. All right. Is that muted? All right, guys. Be back in like an hour and a half, 2 hours or something. Thanks. Let's turn up music. Ooh, it's fun. We're gonna get jam today, dude. Dudes, we're gonna go jam today. That's pretty fun, Hawkins. I had this thing set at 78, dude. For some reason. Fucking 88 degrees in here. It's like almost 90 degrees, dude. Jeez. Jeez Louise. Ooh-wee. So, let's finish this story up, huh? Let's do it. Oh. Ooh. Yo, what's happening? All right, turn this off. That was a good walk. Stuff looks protected. Good job, everybody. Look at this stuff. What's it? Hey, it's our guitar. I don't know. Yeah, it's not gonna pick it up, I don't think. No. We gotta adjust the settings on that. Whatever, dudes. Whatever, dudes. I don't want to put you in the corner. I just don't want to fall down. All right, here we go. So yeah, that was fun. He trails off as a man, was seated in the center. Oh yeah, this is where the guy. So picture this: high table overlooks a bunch of halls, a big hall, a lot of pillars. Um, this is the I think I described it as like the most structurally sound. Oh, it's like the most structurally sound. So that's kind of interesting, I guess. I should turn that down to some tab. Yeah. Hmm. All right. It did, and he began to speak. Well, we could do like a prayer. You think they are the vigil? You think everyone does like a before food prayer? You know, maybe eggs, berries, berries, keeps us warm. Swarm. Flames of praise keeps the swarm. Um, uh, radiant. Radiant. Light. Light. Boy, I would like a chicken parm. I'm sorry, I thought that was funny. Alright, it did. And Indiana speak. Flames embrace keeps the swarm. Flames embrace keeps the swarm. Um, um, Ignite the darkness. Wait. Oh, I got it. Hang on. So protects us. Lights protect us. We begin to speak. These people all around. Began to speak as people all around began to bow their head. And flames embrace, keeps us warm, the lights protect us from the swarm. From the swarm. Um, light the blessed be the branch that lights the fire. Blessed be the branch that lights the fire. Till the final breath. Defend. Defend the fire. Blessed be the branch that lights the fire. Till the final breath. Till the final breath. Defend. Holy fire. What do you guys think about that? That's our prayer. Bow their heads and joined him. Ages. No, why did you do that, bitch? Light protects us from the swarm. It is a thing, the light. Blessed be the branch that lights the fire till the final breath defend the holy pyre. That's kind of sick. Flames embrace keeps us warm. Light protects us from the storm. Blessed be the branch that lights the fire, till the final breath defend the holy pyre. Um, which verse? Which verse is surprising? But at first it's surprising, but I think if it goes around, nah, I like that. Holy pyre. I was confused at first. Um, I was confused at first. I was confused at first. No, he wasn't confused. He knows what they're doing, right? Um, I don't like this either. Here, I got an idea. Alright, came to a halt. It did, and he began to speak. All in unison. All in unison. All in unison. Occupants of the hall spoke. Recited. 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 Yeah. I'm trying to picture, like, like someone being like, you know what I mean? All these in the occupants of the hall recited the words. Bowed my head respectfully. I don't like that. Recited the words. We're already talking about their heads being bowed. No. Where's, oh. Heads bowed. Heads bowed. All news in the occupants of the hall recited the words. Heads bowed. Heads bowed. And hands clasped. Hands clasped together. I hesitated. I hesitated in my curiosity. But, quick nudge in the ribs. Oops. I hesitated in my curiosity, but a quick nudge in the ribs from Rufus. Put me. But a quick nudge in the ribs for Rufus. Had me. Let's get a small bow. Sit down. A small bow. So Fishes stew. Marie Rufus. Let's- I don't know if we should go into supper. Whatever. It's all they ever eat. Supper serve is actually a quite delicious stew, but Marie and Rufus says it's all they ever eat. It's all they ever eat. It doesn't make him very redeeming, does it? I don't know. Maybe it's like we got to get rid of that. I guess that one's bad. Supper served is actually when the man finished. He clasped his hands together with a small bow and sat back in his chair. Supper, supper served. It was actually quite delicious. Stew, but Marine Ruby says it's all they ever eat. What? It's all they ever eat. I think they were going too far into this. Supper served. Supper served. Supper served. Supper served. So, it's soup with its meat. No, they wouldn't ask for bits of meat. Bits of meat and a chunk of bread. Uh, let's see. Let's see the coordination. It's impressive to see the coordination of all these folks. I don't know. That's stupid, but whatever. A well-oiled machine. That's kind of dumb. Soup with bits of bread and a chunk. Soups with bits of meat and a chunk of bread were served out to each person. It was impressive to see the coordination of all these folks. Right? Because that is kind of crazy. Like everyone's working together. It's like this pretty good system they got going on here. There's like 300 people from the server mount pretty quick. It's impressive to see the coordination of all these folks. But they are like in order, so it makes sense. And they're like the pirate keepers. Everything has to be like implicated that it's like disciplined level of these folks. That's a clunky line though. Soups, that's great. I'm so hungry. I'm hungry. I was so hungry. All right, I hadn't realized hungry I was till first bite. So first bite. I don't think tasted better stew in my life. No one, no one around me seemed to share that sentiment. Right? I don't think I've tasted a better stew in my life, but no one around me seemed to share that sentiment. I devoured it. I devoured my plate. I took it on. I don't think I've tasted. I hadn't realized how hungry I was until the first bite. I don't think I've tasted a better stew in my life, but no one around me seemed to share. I ate too quickly and got a tummy ache. Right. Where we at? Like, how do I explain this in a good way? Where it's like, you know what I mean? Like, uh, I guess we don't have to do it like this using the plates or the food or anything, but it is kind of unique to think about that if you do have a bunch of people that are working together, like, in that each person like works within the system because they're trying to survive. It's like, wouldn't that kind of be impressive if you're used to like a city? I guess Amber Reach, we didn't really look into much of it, but I imagine they're close to the same thing. But it'd be nice to see a tight knit community like work together. Would be crazy, right? It's a little culty too. People finish their food. It's clear they had a system. See, that feels too harsh. People finish their food, eat, um, took the dishes, bathroom, bathroom, kitchen, kitchen. I followed behind, followed behind. right? I'm just trying to get that. I don't know. It's hard to get it across, but that sounds like super cult. Super cult. It's super culty. Yeah. See what time I am. All right. Remember, this eventually we have to go and yeah, go. Let's continue. All right. I brought them to the kitchen. I fall behind my group when it was time. As people finished their food, each took their dishes and brought them to the kitchen. I followed the group when it was my time. God, felt strange. Felt strange. Just this system. Also, so, so many people. It felt also, but also comforting. Oh, it felt strange just being injected into this system. It's also comforting in its own way. Look, it's time to tell. Okay. I'm trying to get across now where it's like it's gonna be like a soft glow even after they turn off all the they turn off the candles, and turn off the torches to go to sleep, put out the candles, but there's still like a soft glow at all times from the pyre, the sacred pyre thing. When it was time to retire for the evening, oh God. new bed. Ignoring. Ignoring the thought. This time, when it was time to retire for the evening, I laid down on my new bed, ignoring the thought of the previous owner. The candles were extinguished one by one. The constant work was steadily emitted. August throws. For the next few days, I'll be unloading my role here in Desperate. Um, various chores, some done with the group, with the group. Some fun, some not, some not. Different jobs, various chores. Some done with the group, some not. Various chores. Alright, what kind of jobs are we doing? Let's go back to the cheat sheet. How about we get rid of this? Let's go. Nope, not that. Let's go here. Let's go, jobs. Jobs. Oh, is Word off? Where is the cheat sheet? Jobs. Now, some jobs. Ooh, so like chores. So like I don't know, man. Dead soup. Kitchen duty. Right? Kitchen duty's a good one. Kitchen duty. Duty. Kitchen duty. Um, uh, uh, Cleaning. I don't know. Not cleaning. Like courier. Paperboy. Right? That's a good one. That's another one. All right. Kitchen duty, paperboy. Oh, horses. Horse. Or stable boy. Right? That's a good one. Stable boy. Hire keeper. Assistant. Damn, I can't spell for shit, y'all. I'm a fucking idiot. Duh. That's definitely how you spell it. My bad. Kitchen duty, courier, paperboy, stable. So courier, stable boy, hire keeper, assistant. Um, and then just general. Miscellaneous. General miscellaneous things. Alright, now the characters. Who is the leader? You know? Who is the leader? Let's say he was the guy that prayed. Who did the prayer? Let's do. Sir? Grigori? Grigori? Jordan? No. Grigori? Sir? Rasmussen? Rasmussen? Rasmussen. That's bad. It's a bad name. That's a terrible name. Ugh. Um. Sir Lionel Silverheart. There you go. Um. Uh. Dash block. Head. Vigil. Lead. Division. Divisional leader. Right? He's a divisional leader. It's not the full thing. Right? He's not the full thing. Um. We're gonna let him early. This block. Um. Working. Stables. Stables. Yeah. From working the stables to washing the kitchens, it was constant. Constant. It was a constant stream. So it goes. What? Here. the gang got to work together. I mean, are we a gang yet? Ugh, we're just like, oh, I don't know how to fucking make people be friends. I feel like they're already friends. They're kids. They already said hi. That's all you need to be a friend when you're a kid. You just gotta say hi. And then boom, friend. Right? It was a constant stream of work. A few of the jobs, the gang got to work together. Which hmm. What jobs was? All the jobs there was. Only one. Um, time fly by. I mean, time fly by. Although, 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 although we were banned from doing dishes together. Although we were banned from doing dishes together. Although, the disastrous. That's so funny. It's pretty funny, right? I mean, I don't know how to describe that. Although we were banned from doing dishes together after a disastrous soap fight, um, that ended with an entire water being thrown onto Sir Rydell as he walked in the dish room, the dish room, the washroom. Now that's funny, right? Although we were banned from doing dishes together after a disastrous soap fight that ended with an entire bucket of water being thrown, of soapy water, of soapy water being thrown onto Sir Rydell as he walked in the washroom. That's funny, right? I feel like that would make that makes friends, right? I think we found a good connection point here. You know, they're goofing off. It's fun. Mind you, one of them's gotta die soon, so. tune this bit. Sounds like shit anyway. Okay. So soup if it's meat. M's the boss. So they run things here. So flames embrace us. Flames embrace keeps us warm. The light protects us from the swarm. Blessed be the branch that lights the fire. Till the final breath defend the holy pyre. All in unison, the occupants of the hall recited the words, heads bowed and hands clasped together. I hesitated in my curiosity, but a quick nudge in the ribs from Rufus had me imitating those around me. When the man finished, he clasped his hands together with a small bow, and sat back in his chair. Soup with the bits of meat and a chunk of bread were served out to each person. I hadn't realized how hungry I was until the first bite. I don't think I've tasted a better stew in my life, but no one around me seemed to share that sentiment. As people finished their food, each took their dishes and brought them to the kitchen. I followed behind my group when it was our time. When it was our time. It felt strange just being injected into this system, but also comforting in its own way. When it was time to retire for the evening, I laid down on my new bed, ignoring the thought of the previous owner, and for a moment, everything hit me all at once, like 1,000 pounds. Like 1,000 pounds was looming over my head, and now it's come crashing down. I sobbed as silently as I could, turning to face the wall. The candles were extinguished one by one, but a constant warm glow steadily emitted from the pyre. In my wildest throes of despair, I felt that glow wash over me. Regaining control over the tidal wave of emotions, I closed my eyes and slept. I dreamt of Mama that night. Oh, that's sad. That's sad. That's actually adorable. Right? Oh. Oh. For the next few days, I began learning my role here in Desperlock. From working the stables to washing the kitchens, it was a constant stream of work. Constant stream. From working the stables to washing the kitchens, to washing. To washing the dishes in the kitchen, your feet never stop moving here. A few of the jobs the gangs. Oh wait. From working the stables to stop over here. A few other jobs the gang had to work together, which always made the time fly by. Always made time fly by. Although we were banned from doing the dishes, after a disastrous soap fight that ended with an entire bucket of soap water being thrown on Sir Rydell's onto Sir Rydell's head as he walked in the washroom. It's pretty good for the cheat sheet. All right, dude. Um, overall, overall, overall. Next, the first few weeks. That's all. All right, guys. You guys ready? I think it's time for the turn. Overall, the first shooting. Memories in mind. Okay. Histories. Spite. Overall, the first few weeks of Death Block are happy memories in my mind, despite what put me there in the first place. Something happened. Something happened. What happened? What happened? The fire died. Ooh, right? Boom. Overall, the first few weeks of Death Block are happy memories in my mind. Despite what put me there in the first place. Then it happened. Then it happened. The fire died. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna use the bathroom. Let's slow roll this real quick. Be right back. It's time for a slow roll. Got to. I gotta get these creative juices flowing.
tie on yksinäisyys. Kesken vieraiden silmäin on harmas lempeys.
Is there a better cliffhanger? Then it happened. The fire died. All right, I have to go do stuff for work, so I have to get off. I think that's actually a great spot to stop. We'll come back later on. But I gotta go do a couple things. I don't feel like leaving it on all day. But we'll finish this off later. We're finally there. We're finally here. The fire is put out. The next part we get to go into. I want to be drinking anyway. I want to have a couple drinks in before we get this. We got to be describing like shadow, like abominations. You know what I mean? We had to like super hyper sell the shadow abominations and shit. So I think it'll be all right. But dude, 2,100, 2,200 words. We're getting there. I think we have another 1,000 to go. And then that will be the end of this. I think it's gonna be a 3,000 word story. But I did like the way it concluded this time around. I think then it happened. The Fire Nation. It feels a lot like Avatar. And that's when the Fire Nation struck. It does. Stupid. Alright. Later.